All right, sorry about that. I did relaunch the stream because having some audio issues. Oh, so I should have put the caboose down here too. Oh well. It's okay. Oh, come on, Slash. .5011 with its train. All right. As soon as I tried to brake. Oh, I did. That back there. Apparently 5011 used a little too much brake. Coming in and accidentally stopped it, so AI engineers in this game are a little heavy-handed with the brakes. Not a little, they're very heavy-handed with the brakes. That's a gross understatement. Pull up to there. This here. We need a little flavor with our whistles, don't we? I like that one, but we need at least one locomotive with a different one. Let's see. There's the Rio Grande 3. I like that. There we go. Top signal Bryson West. Well, why are you going? Oh, this train is long. I'm gonna go ahead and pull all these outbound cars to Bryson with 802. I know they'll end up getting turned around and go back up to Silva, but ooh, 8-point boy now. All the way in. Oh, only by a little bit. Be clear of the foul. Won't be out of the block. Signal block, but I will be out of the Alright. Stop this for a second. Ooh, we don't like FPS very much, do we? Let me just kick this. Let that sit there and, you know, get the train back up. Not sure what kind of a rude person did that. Clear that up. I'm gonna air this ramp while we pull it out with 11 here. 11's got air to spare, and then we won't have to do it with 802. Pull this up to 11 won't have to mess with that too much. All right, so we'll get 5011 out of the way. Let it hit the proverbial shower of coal. I don't think it'll need it, but might as well top it off. Yeah, only 6. And what did I have moving? Oh, I had that moving. Okay. Keep an eye on that. Where is it? Let's just keep it in Nanta. Well, no reason not to just take it all the way. And we'll let 5,000 pull it up the hill. Take 5,000 all the way with it, and so next thing to move really is the passenger train from Dillsboro to Bryson, or not Dillsboro, Larka to Bryson, excuse me, which means I need to get 3088 or 3098 out of the way. And all this stuff. Suddenly, that's a lot of stuff. Suddenly, that's a lot of stuff. Take that off the list for now. Check on that. We're going to take that off the list for now. This is just to declutter my... basically what I do is I run the engine roster as a sort of what's happening on my road. Anything that's moving or that's auto-engineered is going to be favorited. I just put them on the favorites, that way they're at the top. And yeah, I just use that to keep track of everything that's going on, everything that's coming up. 5011's now off the board because it's done with its run. I'll use it to run the late manifest from Bryson to Hillsborough, and then the transfer into the interchange. That'll be the last train of the day. Then it'll turn around and be ready for the pickups in the morning. Okay, so that's a lot of cars. Have no fear. I will be right back in just a minute. I'm going to use the restroom. Sorry about that, everybody. I was gone for a little longer than I expected. I am going to leave here again in a few minutes and get some food, but that's just life. Don't remember where that is. It's right here. And I sent those up the hump. That's not where I wanted to put them. God. What do we have here? Obviously many. Didn't see this. This didn't happen. No one saw. Log cars are kind of bumming me out right now, actually. Yeah, just stick them on the branch for now. I think I just stick them on the branch for now. I gotta get off this. Second main passenger train is like it's coming. I need to get off this track. Now, I'm not going to do the crazy thing I was thinking of, which is literally just kick the... kick the log cars down the road. I am the dispatcher, by the way, so I'm giving myself clearance to go past the signal at red. Signal at danger. Clear onto the main, so on and so forth. You know what? I'm gonna do exactly what I said I wasn't gonna. Just kick these. 15. Oh my god. Not a chance. What's the grade start here? I would love to know. Oh, it's literally immediately. Cool. Well, that'll be easy. Ah, he said. Right. Don't really want to put the pulpwood down here. Guess I will. Or I said I was going to put the Rob Gap cars. I'll put the Rob Gap cars in the yard. In the upper yard, the Bryson upper yard. Okay, did we get off the second main? We did. Cool. Now, passenger train can use station platform. I would put it on the first main, but this one's gonna stay there for a while, so. Actually, I don't know that it has to. Anyway. Oh, those are bouncing back. Coming down the... Sit. Oh, and I pushed too hard. Cool. Excuse me. Wow, I annihilated that car. Not great. Cool. All right, well, changes things a bit. This car looks like I hotboxed it, but now railroad hotbox is different than a, you know, the other kind. Still not great. Very definitely just annihilated that. So we're gonna put these here. That train's schedule is just about complete. I'm getting these out of the way, and we'll go grab that, and I'll go grab these log cars. I guess I'll put some of these are going to be way built for the repair track now because somebody annihilated them. Couldn't have been. Essentially anything below 90% I will waybill for a repair track. They'll get repaired pretty quickly. It won't be a big deal. They'll still end up moving logs today probably. I did mean to do that, by the way. Stop signal Ella East. Okay. So this guy needs to do his thing quickly. Hello, hang on. You need to stop. Hold on a second. You. The timetable schedule for that's been completed. Bro quit is appropriate there. Use. All right. So since I know train 99 is about to leave Silva, 98, excuse me, westbound, I'm gonna go ahead and double check. Now I know it is clear all the way to Whittier. Our eyes on that. Oh, did I break more things? Oh. Kinda, but no. These Pulpwood cars are so heavy, you gotta be careful with them. They're heavy when they're loaded, obviously. Yes, my character is just pushing that because he's strong. Drunk like bear. We're going to leave that there. Goes back in the train. Now this guy can finally move. Could have moved a few minutes ago, but okay. Now that this train's schedule's complete, I'm gonna move it out of the way. So that the platform's available for... Actually, no, I'm not going to, because there's not going to be anything else here. Oh, that's not true. 99 or 98, 200 meet. Should be 201. Eastbound. That's correct. All right, that should be okay. So I do need to move this train out of the way. I'm gonna move it over to here. 3098 is gonna go rescue these stranded log cars in the meantime. And we'll deal with two. Speaking of 802. Running slow on time. Driving it. Hillsboro. Plenty of time here. Passengers. This train. And this end of the railroad doesn't have any more passenger trains for a while. Anything for that matter for a while. Put this car back over here. And sorry I'm moving around so much. There's quite a bit going on, and I'm just trying to keep it all together. I'm gonna keep checking on walker logs once in a while. So there's two extra cars. Interesting. I think there's two extra cars and logs here. We'll move these over. Handbrake. I'm gonna go take a quick trip and get some food. Oh, but what is that? Oh, because those cars are busted. Lead them all. Not gonna re-air this up. I'm just gonna bleed all the air out of it. Out of the brake cylinders. And I can move it without needing to gear it up. Yes, it won't have any brakes on it, but it's not loaded, so the switchers can handle it just fine. Let's say 7,000s were probably all good to go. Repairs complete. Repairs complete. Cool. And I will move these. Here. Thought I heard we got paid for something. Cool. Don't remember how many wood chip cars it says there were, but oh, goodness, what's that about? Keep moving around the map and we get to wait for the map textures, the ground textures to load, and then I move again. That's okay. If we were here for the scenery, we probably would be playing a different game. RailRoader is not about scenery, about railroad logistics. Might as well be called Model Railroader. In fact, I think that was a working title during the alpha or early stages. It's a great game. Don't get me wrong. I really enjoy it. It does feel like Model Railroad Op Sessions, even though it's based on a real place. It's very in a very good way. It does feel like some Model Railroad stuff, which is cool, because a really cool mod, Model Railroad layout is epic. So this is kind of like playing on one of those. Bigger and a lot less expensive. Model railroading is it's not cheap. Check you. Okay, we know you're good for a while. Deal with it later. Good for a while, so deal with that later. Oof. That is 12,078. Oh, I know where to put these Lincoln log cars. They need to go up the branches where they need to go, but right now, how much time do we have for that meet? About half an hour. Not great. Not great at all. Cool. Number 140, you're taking up room I need for something else, bud. Actually, the more egregious of these two is by far 512. I know there's more log cars than there are full hoppers, but push thing to about here so I can go down and get some things. Okay, number 11. How are you? Okay. My handbrake. Stuff on the other side. And here instead. Didn't look like too many, but then we'll remember that there's a bunch more sawmill cars sitting in Bryson waiting for me to deal with them. Oh, that is our extra passenger train. I remember now. Which apparently didn't need the help up the hill. Didn't care that I... Sure. You know what? Sure. Doesn't quite look like we're gonna need it, but the train's gonna be taking off from Andrews here in the next 10 or 12 seconds. I'm interested to see if that train gets over that hill. I think it will. If this single locomotive made that trip, I don't see how the other one can't. Okay. There's 12 cars of logs here. Got a bunch. I got a bunch sitting on the branch here. Any more sitting over here? And I'd say there's no shortage of log cars. All right, 802. You know the drill. I'll be right back in a couple of minutes, y'all. Let's get back to work, huh, y'all? Alright. I was gone, but I did return with tacos, so it's fine. Ooh. Oh no. 802 doesn't fit in Gov Island. By how much? Oh, by a lot. Oh, that's bad. That's bad. Alright, fine. 802 goes into Bryson. But 802 on track 2. And deal with it. Best we can. As best we can. As best as I can. Brain damage here. And the passenger train is just reaching Whittier. That's making good time. This is making good time. Cochrane, Wilmot, Larka Junction. Maybe one Roto-ish somewhere. Good stop. 10. Oh no! That's gonna be a ways behind schedule. Oof. I did that too. Okay, so I'm gonna put all these log cars in the yard for a bit. Just leave them there. Hopefully they fit on that track. And AJ. Oh. Of course there's a stop signal. How are we gonna do that? That's interesting. I don't think there's any passengers here. We're not gonna need that. Please fit. Oh, they do. Okay, cool. That's good. No, not like that. Wiggling. What you wiggling? Hey, you're wiggling. I'm gonna mute myself while I eat tacos, but continue railroading-ish. All right. Still eating tacos, but I'm eating slowly. I'm the world's slowest eater. But figured I might as well talk about what's going on. So we got our meat of our 2 passenger trains, or 2 of them, in Bryson right now. I'm just setting up the routing for the passenger trains. 2926 is going to come into Bryson here, and it's just going to shoot right on through on main 2. That's train 98, and train 201's already sitting here. 98 is sitting waiting for me to get off the freaking main. It's gonna take me just a minute, but I think I have long enough. So once that's open, here it comes. And it's currently on time, so if it ends up behind schedule, it's because of me. Oh shit. I don't want that there. Dump that because I can move it later and I'll need it anyway. I wonder if the GP38's slipping at all. It probably isn't. Jeep 38s are pretty good traction. Oh, anticipated. I need to get off this crossover. Not this crossover. This crossover within the next 1 minute. Is that 1 minute? How long does it say in Bryson? Leaves Bryson 8:44. Yeah. Next minute. Actually gonna leave. Yeah, it's gonna leave at 8:45 on the dot. I still got about 30 cars in its way. Cool. No big deal. Say I left it left on time? It is. quite tough. Oh. It is bringing me toys, so I'll throw them for her. Okay? Here you go. Call her little kitty because she's just little. She's like 2.5 years old, but she's... Hey. Ready? She loves to play fetch. I don't know who imbued her with the spirit of a dog, but she's a good one. Actually, I've never had a dog that played fetch either. This cat does. Likes chasing the little soft balls that have the little sparkly filaments, like tinsel sticking out of them. And sometimes, naturally, they come in a pack of many. And sometimes you throw one down the hallway and she brings you back a completely different one. And you're like, okay, where was that one? I don't care though. She makes my day all the time. Okay, now I've kind of forgotten what's happening. Speedy. And I just absolutely cratered that thing. Okay. Cool, cool. Get here. Whoops. I shouldn't have done that. I didn't see that. Didn't happen. Nothing happened. Who saw what? Nobody, because nothing happened. That's right. You know, I don't think... 29, 26, that's train 98 and train 101 are going to meet McLean. I think they're going to meet at Wesser today. Just how it be sometimes. Schedule all you can, do your best, and but at least I know the train is clear until at least there. Ooh, come on. Yeah. We'll see where they end up. And of course we've got 201 is clear all the way to Silva. Gonna make that mark there. The log train. Loaded log train. Actually, you can do something about that. Now Bryson's clear for quite some time. Until, well, other than the mess of, you know, trains sitting in the yard, but not really that much going on. I do have to remember to stop train 98 at Nadahala because it will be, that one's way too heavy to get over the hill by itself. I'll have to stop it and let probably 5,000 Santa Fe help it over the hill. Okay. That's gonna be, oh, I was gonna say that's gonna be blocking the track, but it won't because the track's not full. Did you find your toilet? Huh? Fun? Ah, really good. Okay, now we've got some silver cars, not silver interchange cars. We do have a bunch of silver interchange cars. I'm gonna send silver cars that aren't silver interchange cars down this track. Grab the rest of the interchange stuff. Maybe I won't grab it all. Do however think that the coal train ready to go outbound, the empties. Andrew's train's almost ready. This stuff is all heavy. all of this stuff is. I think there's going to be 2 interchange trains today. This is going to be really heavy. I don't think this will run us off the end of the table pit. Oh, hang on, I'm a stupid idiot. Oh, it's Whittier. I was like, what? Why is it sitting there? Because it's supposed to. Okay. Captain arrived Nanta. That's gonna need some fuel overnight. 3 minutes late. Not too bad. Santa is 11 minutes late. How long does it take to get to Nanta from Almond? About 18 minutes. So they're going to meet in Lesser. Good thing streamlining isn't a thing in this game, because we'd be messed up. You can be dormant for a minute. You... finally are gonna get the heck out of Bryson. Remind myself not to run that train until later. That was a pain in the ass. That's a lot of cars, y'all. Oh yes, we need to get a... manifest going to Andrews. Three-cylinder things. Sounds like it's going 100 and it's going 20. We'll have this yard cleared out in no time. We can definitely put another down there. How many more we got? A bunch. Cool. Pull that out and stick it on a train. Run that with some Jeeps. That's going to go back with 802. Ooh. What do we run that with? Oh, there's some more. U-boats. Okay, so we're going to be empties. Bryson, Bronson Cat. Later it'll be Out of the way. Oh, it is. Yes, I know I'm switching things on the hump. It's not great. But it is what it is for a minute. All the way in? No. Get everything started up. I won't have to deal with. Obviously the Texas doesn't fit on the turntable, so I'll turn it around. I turn a lot of things around on the Y anyway, just because it's less hassle, less fiddly. Pretty sure this is all of our Robinson Gap cars, so I'm gonna send this to the Gap. Get it out of my hair. Did we get to Wilmot already? It did. Okay, well, that thing is not wasting any time. Love to see that. Well, we'll still be able to manage that, no problem. What cars that is? I don't know where it's going. Now, this is already the almond. And it's just getting to Wesser. Already 10 minutes behind. Gonna get to wait another 10. Oh Lord, and I thought it was gonna be. I wonder if I must not have filled that up. I'm gonna make it, but that's a little bit scary. Okay. Opt for a fouled switch already. Oh, where are you going, buddy? What in the world has happened? What just happened? This stupid motherfucker. That put me behind by a few minutes. It's okay. It's okay. Yeah. I do get Andrew's train out of here. Tonto as well. A couple of minutes there. What do you got here? Come on, girl. That's not for kitties. What did I have that labeled at? That's probably why. Come on. Come on. Good girl. They'll throw depot out. Ready? Holy moly. Well, the rest of the passenger trains are running so far behind, I don't know how to feel about that. Obviously, it's fine, but it's funny. Hi. Tiny cat. Figured since Train 101 was so far behind already, it wouldn't really hurt to make it a little further behind, so. I am going to go through and mark down how far behind everything was and adjust the timetable to reflect that. Or you know what? I probably need to let 30 go if I can. And of course I had to block that. Oh man. Cool, cool. Now this thing is kind of just stuck here. Let's take it all the way down the branch. Whatever. So when 2926 gets to Nanta, Hala, it's going to be it's not going to stop for water, but it is going to pick up that helper. I'll just tack the helper onto the front of it and then run that over the hill. Take the helper off when it gets to the top 10 station. Then oh no, I said I wasn't going to do that. I said I was going to use the helper all the way. We'll use the helper all the way. Oh, is that all that was? No, of course not. Be happy that's on that track instead of the other one. Ooh, all right. Are we gonna get around that? Oh. Okay. Pull up a little further. Oh. That signal you can go past. Up to here. Still a lot of cars here. That's all right. Don't want to bury that caboose, so I'm going to dig that out, but otherwise we're okay. All right. Please tell me that's clear. Of course not. Of course not. We're blocking the whole yard. Let's just block the whole yard. Let's not go that far. Oh, it's true. I did just remember that I can totally, you know, utilize other tracks in this yard. Like the main. That should be better. Yep, it is. Cool. Out there. No. Not like that. Oh, that's right. Oops. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't mildly concerned about the amount of fuel left in 29-26. I'm pretty sure it'll be fine. Eventually, once I hook a helper to it. Its objective or waypoint is obviously going to be the coal tower and Andrews. Never mind that this locomotive is very clearly an oil burner, but, you know. Ooh, yeah. Sounded like we got paid for things. Oh, we did. Passengers and coal cars. Love getting paid. Cool. So, we're gonna unhitch those. We're gonna make sure air is dumped in that. Pull up to about here. Drop the caboose, and then start grabbing our coal cars. Still here though. It's gonna be a nice haul. All right, let's see. 140 gets some refueling. Goodness. What that's about. Oops. Switches, I suppose. Who the hell on? Oh yeah. Just pulling the train up now to center it. That's all. And I'll sit and wait for the off. Somebody should probably put some water in that locomotive at some point, but he must have been busy. What? I may never know. Okay. Rest of the antifares. 1525 over red marble. Actually could be very interesting. At 48. $49 divided by 120. by 48 plus J25. So really on the E. Wait. My math says this train has barely enough power to make it up this hill. We're gonna find out. I'm actually gonna run it myself because I want to. Might be too fast. We'll pretend I gave myself the green light for that one. I think it's going to be just fine. If you've ever been to a railroad that runs steam, one that is occasionally known to do double headers, do it. Because there's a very special sonic thing that happens with double-headed steam, especially if both engines are working hard. It's really a very, very cool sound. Only places I can think of that might run double-headed steam these days are probably, at least in the United States, is going to be Durango and Silverton, Grimbrace and Toltec. I guess just past Scenic might run some doubleheaders once in a while. Maybe Strasburg? Could be wrong. Valley, I'll have to ask Casey, but Valley Railroad and Connecticut probably runs doubleheaders here and there. Probably really, really rare for them, but the trackage at Grimbrace and Toltec and Durango and Silverton both are kind of like unique. And their operations are both pretty stellar. Well, I don't think this thing needs my help, frankly. The AI engineers are usually pretty good about the power application as far as finding where the best power is. It is, however, as I mentioned before, heavy-handed with the brakes and can put brakes on in places where you really don't want to use brakes, like going up that hill. Why not rail fan a bit for a minute? Quite the hike from here to the top, but sure. The real place a person would be up at there's a bridge, a highway bridge up on the crest of the hill by Topton. You can tell the difference between 57-inch drivers and 80s pretty easily. The difference timing of the exhaust pulls is there pretty wild. Besides the fact that 2926 doesn't have the power to pull this train by itself up this hill, it's essentially like having the wrong gear, being in the wrong gear in your car. These big drivers, they're not suited to slow drag freight and slogging up hills. They can do it, but they're definitely not in their prime. Whereas these smaller drive wheels, they're not going to reach anywhere to the top speed of the 80-inch drivers. And they're going to use a lot more. I think the steam usage is going to be dependent on what they're doing. So I think it uses more steam, but it's really dependent. Yes, over time it probably will use more because it's a big boiler and it's going pretty slow, but it's meant for different things. This is a drag locomotive, drag freight, heavy loads. And one thing it's not short on is pulling power. But yeah, Think of the driving wheels as kind of like choosing a gear on a bicycle. It really determines how hard the engine, which is the cylinders here, is working for a particular speed or application. Essentially, it works pretty similar to the final gear ratio in a car, final drive ratio, and you basically pick one that you're going to be using it at, you know, during the vast majority of its application, and you leave it there. Mostly because you have to. You know, there are, with cars, you can generally change the gear ratio a little bit in specific applications. It's not common in like average everyday cars, but in race cars, it's fairly common to change final drive ratios, or usually they're set up for the specific track condition or track circuit, wherever. Drag racing, it's heavily dependent on the power the engine's making and the tire you're using, and then the rest of the transmission, all the setup. But for circuit racing, it's very, very dependent on the track and the transmission, because it's a lot easier to change. In a lot of cases, it's a lot easier to change the final drive ratio than the transmission ratio. It's certainly individual transmission ratios. Okay, so now it's quite a loud bell. Railroad bells are very loud, but that one's seems exceptionally loud. How do I have that set out? I am using the WNCRR bell replacer 7 Southern 662. Better one. Less annoying. Oh, that one's pretty nice. Thank you, 4501. Okay. I did say I was going to leave this attached to the train, so it's staying there. And what are those? Okay. Wow, they do intersect. I want that to stop so I can refuel that engine. All right. Well, no big deal there. So we have our coal train getting ready to come back down to Bryson already. Yes, I guess I've kind of somewhat prioritized it over some other things. I'm gonna just leave it here for a few minutes. Actually, I'll pull it to the bottom of the branch here, and then I'll leave it set for a while I finish mucking around in Bryson. Goodness knows there's plenty of stuff to do here. All right. Oh, that's what I was gonna do. Pop the Whittier stuff on 802. Let it take off. I picked the wrong freaking track, didn't I? Of course I did. Cool. What else is still running? Oh, 101 is still running. Where is it? Oh, it's just coming down the hill from Hemingway. Well, it's about to arrive in Bryson. Bryson's open. The main track, track 1 is open. So that's not a problem. For some reason, there's a track open in Whittier. Dumb. 140 probably did that. I feel like 140 did that. And it was AI'd. Those AIs, you gotta watch out for them. They'll get you. Every time. Let's put this in the house for now. You know what? Let's couple it up to number 2. Give it the old repair. Make sure it's in good shape. This thing could use. Fuel and water. Oh, what have I done? Okay, I guess we'll get to that at some point. So how many cars of uppers do we have here? 1, 2, 3, 4. You know what I'm gonna do? Take 10 of these cars up to the upper. Is there actually? Because I know the upper log 12 cars a day. How many did we just take to East Whittier? That's worth a mention. Don't mind you. Okay. So 30. Right, 30. Okay. That's no joke. They are 6 log cars. They're the 35-foot flat log cars, not the 3-foot or 3 log skeletons. Skeletons are great, but the skeletons in this game are pathetic. They should at least load 5 logs apiece instead of 3. How long was that train sitting in Thompson? Like 5 minutes? Made incredible time up the hill. It's a full passenger train. We love it. We love to see it. That should have. Oh, they must have got off in Larka Junction. See, now here's where I need to adjust my timetable, because I should run that Alarga local train back up the hill now, because there are passengers waiting in Alarka. Are they going up the hill? Oh well. Where's those Alarka passengers waiting? They must have got on a train somewhere. Maybe they just went close? I don't know why they're not on that train. It is a full train though. See, now's where I need that extra passenger extra, and it's in the wrong freaking place. Okay, so I did make that cut. Oh, oof. Huh. One of these days I'll stop doing stupid stuff, but today is not that day. So, goodness. Oh look, I've been going for 4 hours again. Fucker. With the water too. This thing is perfectly sized to fill up full of water at the same time. I do love the chunk. That is like the chunkiest 2040 ever. Okay, we know where that is, why that's there. This thing. We took 30 over there. 1, 2. Student. Math is busted. Any case. God, if you count multiple times, the count is the same. The second time. Not always don't do that. I think, however, that this EP-38's our home for the rest of the day, or most of it. It looks like that train's pulling up, or train 98's pulling up to Roto. That'll be okay here. Well, now I have.
End of time.
A lot more fares than I thought it was going to be at Roto. Oh well. Unapologetically, I love the sound of these GP38s. It's really, really cool. The GP40s and SD40s are cool too. These are... They do have that kind of supercharged GM cool factor to them, and I love it. You might ask yourself, wonder why I'm pulling this out so far. Because I'm pulling it out far enough that these SDs can grab this train and take it. Not interfere with any other yard operations. It may not actually clear cross over here and let it out here. I think it might. I think it might get pretty close. Okay. I got my foot set. I do believe I'm going to be leaving the yard. Yep. Ooh, buddy. Ooh, that's a little too far, bud. A little too far there, bud. I'm not Canadian, but I do love Canada. Love our northern neighbors. All right. Where did I just tell it to go? Cause. Oh. Actually, how about no? Can you go down there? I see any reason they need to go that fast, but sure. All right. Let's switch over to one of these. Down in the seat. The SD40 also makes a pretty special noise. SD and GP40s make some pretty good noises. These are also obviously, maybe you don't know, these are mods that are available on Nexus. They're made by a gent called Beeman, and they are extremely well done. Attention to detail is high enough that the game really doesn't know what to do with itself. Concerning these trains and locomotives. Okay, so this train needs to turn around. $1,004. That line? That is lined. Okay. Okay, so I'm gonna do a quick bit of math. I know these locomotives have the power to pull this train up that hill. But I want to know how many cars of pulpwood I can pick up at Graham County. Okay. Set up our Fred. Oh goodness. Do a quick brake test. Perfect. All right. Starting to come together pretty well. Again, I'm not sorting any of this crap because I'm a filthy degenerate. That sounds like a Andrew's arrival, as it is. Hello? No, homie, you still got passengers on your train. Maybe you should stop for that. Oh. Wee. Correct. If you ever get confused, I'm pretty sure of this. Cars that come in from one interchange will want to leave via that interchange when they get ready to go outbound. It will be on the same one. So if you keep cars that come in from one interchange together, it's pretty likely that you'll be able to have them on the same train. So 7004's train. 28 cars, 25, 22 tons. I got well enough for the train that's here, and I'm pretty sure I can pick up another cut of pulpwood cars, like 10. So that's what we'll do. We'll have them race over to Nanta, or Graham County even. And pick up a cut of pulpwood cars. That one will be ready. That one will be ready by the time they get there. I'm gonna go excuse myself for a few minutes and have a quick bathroom break. And when I get back, we will put the trains for the Nantahala local together, as well as the Alarka local. Get this Whittier turn running, and yeah, those two are off the edge over there. Uncontrolled territory. 101 is almost all the way to, it's clear through Silva anyway, but it is going to get stopped. Oh, zero those. It should be a green signal when it gets there. Just set a few Z. That won't matter anyway. Okay. If you're wondering why some trains are pulling cabooses and some are not, essentially if they have a Fred, they're not required to, and if they don't, they are required to. That's pretty much it. Fred is the what is the actual acronym? I don't remember. In essence, it is the end of train device. It's also coupled with the head end unit. So I'll show you in the 7004 here. In fact, I think the combo of these two is called a Mary Fred, but so you got your head end unit here. It's got a bunch of different functions, so all sorts of things. One of the things it's operating is the emergency signal. If the train goes into emergency, this puts out a signal to dispatch. I think in modern stuff, this is integrated with the ATC and PRS and all that. Not PRS, but yeah, ETC, that's the one. Yeah, it's all integrated with that kind of stuff, but this is sort of simulating older style situations where just rudimentary early versions. Basically the way this works is it's connected via radio to this, which is the Fred, the end of train device, and not actually certain how this is powered. I would not surprise me if it was powered by the air pressure, because it is hooked up to the, in real life it's hooked up to the air supply. That's why how it has a number there. That is the air pressure in the pipe at the end of the train. And you can actually set these up in real life to change the way that the brakes are applied. So you can change, so you can have the brakes apply from the tail end of the train rather than the head end. You can do all sorts of fun stuff with them. Yeah. This AI is just crazy with these brakes, bro. Like, literally just let off the throttle and it'll be fine. It's... Of course, it's down to how the coding of it is, and probably how to do with the person that was operating the test locomotive that wrote the... Because it's like a path. Seems like it's written like a path, like a kind of like a course play for farming simulator or something like that, where it's commanding the locomotive to have a certain speed at a certain place. But there's like it might be procedurally generated because it's so momentary based. Seems so fidgety would be my word for it, I guess. Is the locomotive is like constantly playing with throttle and brakes, and it frankly uses a lot of brake. Not my problem now. Don't want you there. I want you over here. Why don't you take the flat part, bro? Why did that back out? Whatever. Something was in its way. Once 7004 is past Robinson Gap cut off, I can pull 5701's pull train out, take it to Bryson. I think that's all going to Silva today. It would be, because all of these cars came from Silva. As I said, whatever interchange they come from is where they want to go. And now I've sandwiched my locomotive. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. So, while I go to the restroom, I'm going to leave y'all with the sweet sounds of the EMD SD40-2. Looks like it's about to Hemingway. We got like 20 miles to go, so. Yeah. Right back. Stop signal Gov Island East, huh? I didn't bother to look at how heavy that train was. It was not that bad. Oh. Because I put it down the wrong track, that's why. Oops. Have to do. All right. So. Pull that out. Looks like we are going to have a pretty sizable interchange train tonight. I'm going to wait till the Alarka and Nanta locals get back to run it, though. Y'all will be with me the whole time, won't you? How about another? $5701 patient. Now. $4,000 for 374 fares and Andrews. Holy cow. Yes, please. Oh. Oh, goodness. Go with some fueling for these two. I'm definitely going to want another Santa Fe. Probably some more consolidations, Tuitos for the hill. Now, realistically, it would probably be smarter just to get diesels to run Red Marble. But I don't care. There's a coal loader there. And there's water there. T1, yeah, the Texas would be. That's another one that's like, well, that's a lot of locomotive. Unrealistic. It's a lot to handle at a helper pocket, you know. Santa Fe is plenty, is a lot too, to be honest. But honestly, I'm a big fan of the C55. That's a lot of power in a pretty small package. The S51 is really close. Actually, pretty sure the C55 is more powerful for its own weight than even the S51. Yeah. Once you're you figure in what a locomotive weighs to its power and stuff. There's a couple that stand out on top for the steam locomotives, and C55 and the F71 are right at the top of the list for the steep hill. For the rest of the map, there's a couple others that are worth consideration that are just fine. But obviously, as everyone can probably guess, the taller the driver is probably the worse it's going to be. So two of the best are the 280s or the 282s, K35 and the K28 ST. They're both pretty good. Once you factor in their weight, they're really pretty powerful. Also, yeah, the 90-ton logging mic, 35,000 tractive effort is pretty stout for its weight, and even more so the tank version. In real life, you would go, well, the tank version has all of its weight on its drive axles, so, or all of its weight on its axles is not carrying anything other than, you know, itself. It's true, but as the coal and water gets used in that locomotive, its adhesive weight goes down. So it's still very powerful for its own weight. 3, 4, 5, 6. I am cheating here a little bit. I'm gonna rebuild these a little bit, mostly because I can't be bothered. Would love to know how I got. Ooh. Oh, hello, you. Pretty dang close. That everything? I think it is. I'm gonna run the Anta train with SDs, the Larka train with GPs. That's what I'm gonna do. heavy now. That house. It's a good thing I got 2 coal cars way built to Andrews. I might need to way build 3 actually. 2 will be plenty. Yeah. Where the deal with that is. I just now remember that's the last train to move. Evening. Yep, I have to move that back. Not now, though. Okay. Use goes theirs is. These goes theirs is. Those goes theirs is. Oh, and I got a train coming down the hill. Huh. I might make that. May not end up using those U-boats. Okay. Cool. I think we throw a repair on these before we send them back up. 1, because it'll be easy, and 2, because why not? Let them sit in service. Now, you have to get them on the correct track. Oh, they were on the correct track, and I'm an idiot. I literally looked at that track and went, yeah, there's the space. You ever want to know what track you're going down? It's the one with the space in it. So, we're here, space, going towards the shop. I throw the switch, the space going towards The interchange. The train's going where the gap is. The train is not going to the gap. That's a different thing. Two models have a lot of similarities, despite being completely different. I guess I was just looking at the one of these is a cross compound compressor or air pump. The other one is a heat exchanger or a feed water heater. That's the word. See the pipe coming from so it would seem that's going to compressed air. I guess that's another compressor, but it's coming from that's not modeled very well. It's supposed to be modeling like a Southern Pacific MT3 or 4 Mountain Ray 2, and this very much looks like a cross compound air pump and a feed water heater of some sort, but all of the big pipe here should be coming from the exhaust. Instead, it's going to the compressor. Okay, well, maybe it's for compressed air. Sure, it's supplying air to the tank. Except the pipe on the other side is going to... That's either the injector or to nowhere. Maybe it's meant to go to the... Is it meant to be a tank on the tender? Air tank? Certainly doesn't look like it. See, here's your water. There's the injector down there. And then do the into what looks like the hot water feed water heater. But that's definitely not, I guess that could be a condenser or something going into the... Where's the... Oh wait, where actually is the injector? There's the injector. Goes down there. The injector on this is plumbed into the air compressor, which is obviously... Oh, no, it's plumbed into the back of the feed water heater. But that's yeah, that right there, that should not be plumbed to there. That should be plumbed to there. You should be taking hot air from the exhaust, hot exhaust to heat your feed water heater. But then it's all sorts of wrong. And there's an injector on this side, which also looks like it's getting its water from the heater. Equally interesting. Is that what's going on? Okay, that's the dome. That's the sand dome. This is getting water from under the boiler. And across. This model's all sorts of fucked up, but it's still kind of fun. Okay. It's under there in the rigging. Somewhere. I don't know where it goes. Maybe, oh, maybe that's it down there. Coming right there. Ah, that's it. Goes across under the boiler and then up. And then mysteriously disappears into nothing. Okay. This is a rough model. Very clearly. It's not bad, but it's pretty shitty. I don't remember where I got this. Is it like showed up one day and pack that I got, and I really like the model because I mean, let's be honest, the oiled bandy tender is awesome, and I'm a western midwestern guy, so Mountain West. I do love me some. Southern Pacific's not really prevalent where I'm from, but oil burning is. Not really. But I did live in a place for a long time where let's just say Santa Fe 2926 is a close resident, and that's about as oil burning gets. That's such a cool locomotive. That's off to New Mexico Historical or Heritage Rail Society for just an incredible job with that locomotive. It's so cool. I do hope they get to, in fact, I know they're going to get to take it out of the box here in the next year or so, and going to get to run from Bernalillo in the north to, I think it's Belen, maybe it's Los Lunas in the south. Basically the RailRunner route, which is their version of this commuter rail situation. But it's like 40 miles, and I think their track speed's 80 miles an hour. It might be more, which they're gonna want to heavily, you know, shake down 2926 for. But it's, my guess is it's very capable. It's extremely capable. You know, that thing was built and ran probably 100 plus for most of its operational career. You know, like every day. Maybe not every day, but I would imagine 100 is not, you know, very foreign to that locomotive. The funny thing about 2926 and 3751 as well, although they are technically rated the same, they began life, or 3751 began life as a completely different locomotive. When Santa Fe ordered that, it was the first 484 that they bought. No, it might not be the first one, but it's the last one, the oldest one they still have. I might have to look that up. I think it was their first one. But they had a ton of mountains, 482s, and you know, they were looking for extra motive power for fast freight and express engines, express trains, passengers, stuff like that. And they wanted some speed, and the idea of the 284 had come out pretty recently from Berkshire, or not Berkshire. Berkshire is the class, or what we call it. the Lima Locomotive Works came out with the idea of the superpower and the 284 and all that. And well, they were like, well, why don't we combine that with speed, you know, combine the firing capacity of the 284 with a speed of a 482, and you get the 484, which is obviously the ultimate express mainline steam locomotive, other than, you know, your one-offs and really interesting stuff from places like Pennsylvania, T1s and things like that. Those are incredible locomotives, no doubt about that. It's going to be very interesting to see what one looks like in operation when T1 Trust gets theirs built. But you know, the 484 was, in the United States at least, was the ultimate express locomotive. And the same sorts of things that happened with something like a T1 are seen on a 484. The only difference with the T1 and all of the Pennsylvania duplexes was they're trying to reduce rotating mass of the engine sets, the driver sets. And interestingly, I think they're more worried about like the G-forces of the pistons and things, because the bigger the piston and cylinder gets, yeah, the more severe the G-forces get. But if you just it's just the wheels and rods can be balanced. As long as your driver is big enough, you can put a counterweight in there that's big enough that you can balance all of it. Downside of that is you definitely have to pick a speed you want it to be balanced for, and outside of that speed it will be less than perfect. We see that with modern automotive tires. It's very common to have the vast majority of passenger car tires are balanced for like 55 miles an hour, sometimes 60, 65, 70. But the balancing machines that I encountered a lot they went up to like 50. And so you get very good balance at 50, 55 miles an hour, and beyond that or under that, it's less than perfect. Most of the time it's fine, but if your tire's not perfectly round, well, which is almost always, it's very uncommon to find a perfectly round tire. You'll get wobble, you'll get, you know, you get a little shake in the steering wheel. Mostly a shake in the steering wheel. Tires cause the vast majority of car handling problems people think they know about on average everyday cars are almost always a tire. And it makes sense, right? Because the tire is the most vulnerable piece of the whole operation. Unless you're driving over, you know, hitting curbs at speed, or hit a massive pothole, or hit something with the wheels cocked the wrong way, or it's very unlikely for suspension to be bent. Suspension could be worn out. Parts and bushings and things can be worn out. But when they're worn out, a lot of things have play in them, so they flop around. Whereas when it's broken, generally when a suspension part is broken, a car's not drivable. It's pretty obvious, and you can't really steer. Whereas tire can be faulty, but not imminently, you know, impeding the operation of a car. Like, you can travel a long ways on a flat tire. It might It might ruin a wheel, it might ruin all sorts of stuff. You could probably drive a ways. You know, you still get somewhere. But you're in a situation where you know, your life is more important than the well-being of the metal work or the body work. Yeah, driving on the flat. It doesn't matter. A flat tire is, or a tire is far more likely to be the cause of noticeable felt issues with driving and handling of a car than, say, the suspension. There's a lot of situations where a suspension part is the problem, but the vast majority of the time, it's so much easier to take a look at the tires first, and wiser. It's very wise to look at the tire first. Okay, I've got a train somewhere. Where is that train? Oh, it's motoring up the hill. That's what it's doing. All of 16? I think it's been messing with the brakes. There, now we get some SD40 audio rolling up a hill. Yeah, it was the brakes. They were on the brakes. This thing is motoring now. I do want to make sure that I stop and pick up a cut of pulpwood. We don't have a hot warning, so we're okay there. Oh, transition. Interesting. That's what that noise was. The clickety-clack in the system behind me. There's a couple of transitions in diesel locomotive, diesel electric. Heist just put out a video about that a couple days ago. I think it's called The Genius of Diesel Locomotives. Definitely want to check that out if you're interested in how diesel works. It has to do with the way the electrics are routed, because they're series and parallel and in between, essentially. And depending on the way it's wound and the engine governor, it determines essentially what gear you're in or how fast you're able to go. There's a transition there. I think it essentially allows it to make more power at faster speed than it otherwise would, because otherwise it'd just be stuck in like series or parallel and you'd be stuck to one sort of level of power. And this method allows the locomotives to still produce pulling power and produce more pulling power at a higher speed. All right, so I want to, that was a quick stop, but I forgot we were going uphill. I want to bang into that. Take off our Fred. Honk our horn. mix up a couple songs because I like that Horizon song. It's freaking awesome. All right, that's a lot. I know I got a bunch of warnings here, but I'm going to ignore them because I'm doing this. Oh, that was too much. That's way too much. Oh, maybe not. I do like to stop if I can before I hit a cut of cars I'm trying to couple. All right. We got 70 at the back here. 70-ish, that looks good. Release. How come I not, or no bell? Where's my bell? Oh. Oh, Jesus. And turn the sand on. Yeah, let's listen to that. Hear the traction motors. Four and a half % uphill. And I don't want to overspeed going through that nonsense. That's probably barely okay. Shockingly, it's groaning this time. Now it's heavy. Might be overloaded, actually. Oh. I think we're gonna make it, but we're gonna make it in notch 8 at about 16 miles an hour. Ideally, I would have some locomotives at the back of this train, but it's just easier to run it like this. I think it's just going to hold 16 miles an hour. I'm here for it. You know what? Since I've been doing so much just all over the place, we're gonna ride this one all the way down the hill because we can. Nothing else critical is going on. Clear all this nonsense up. I am, however, going to stop at the top of this hill and set up a retainer. I don't think I need more than one, but I will take one. Now, there is not really a retainer in this game, but you can get a pretty close approximation by setting a handbrake on the tail car. So the way to do that is to stop. You want to stop your train halfway over the hill. You want half of it in front of the hill or on the downhill side, half of it on the uphill side. Figure out where that is somewhere. I'm gonna call it here-ish. Once it starts accelerating on its own, that's pretty much where you're gonna be. Anyway, I'm gonna take a set, stop the train. And then set a retainer, set a brake on the tail end of the train. Release my brakes. Realistically, you would not want to be pulling any more than notch 1 with the locomotive not moving. That's a very strong handbrake. I'm gonna pull as hard as I need to get it to move. But it will help us going down the hill significantly. Just a single handbrake on the tied on the end is going to be so helpful going down the hill. And this hill, I would say this side is more difficult going down than the other, because the other is so steep. You know it's steep. You're set up for it. You should be. You're ready, and it's so short that you can usually take a single set and you're good. If you get the first set right, you're fine. Take enough that you have to pull against it, and then fiddle with the, you know, the independent brake if you have to or whatever. But this side, there are runs on here that are fast enough, and the average speed is high enough that it'll get you by surprise. So. But it's still pretty steep. 3.4% here. So it can run away from you a lot faster than you think. Like it's already running away from me. And I'm not in trouble. I'm not even in trouble yet. I'm gonna be. I don't get a handle on it. That's some wheel flange squeal there. That ain't good. Okay, so now I'm happy with the accelerometer. We are actually decelerating now. I do want to aim for about 35. Because I want to be able to slow down. So there's a section just after Roto that's a 30. So if I'm around 35, I am pulling against it, mostly to keep the train in slack. Slack is the couplers being pulled apart. It's like that. You see those couplers are pulled apart. Even though we're going downhill, those couplers are still tight. And mainly, we mainly do that so that there's not massive forces rippling up and down the train that are messing with your control, because they will mess with the control of the train. I'm bailed on the independent now and pulling. It's still decelerating. Now what do I do here? Because I do want to go faster now. I'm not going to mess with the brakes. I know the brakes are somewhere where I want them to be. I'm just going to pull against it. I'm going to use some power. In real life, you would probably be pulling. There'd be locomotives on the tail of this train in dynamic, pulling against it to keep it in slack, and we would have a corresponding amount of dynamic brakes on the lead locomotives. We got into another steep section there, and it really kind of sped us up a little bit. Now it's leveling back off. It was still not level, but it went from 3.5% to 2.5%. You see how much difference 1% of track grade has. Went from us decelerating to us accelerating. We're almost to roto though, so I'm gonna try not to get too crazy here with power. I did forget how short a distance it was from talking to roto. Looks like we're back on the east side of the railroad. Did not need to do that. We're coming up here. We got I did just notice that there was a whistle board there. Don't hesitate to just repeat your whistle signal until you are occupying the crossing. It's okay if you are, you know, early and your whistle signal timing is done before you get to the crossing. Just do it again. All right, since I'm going so slowly, I'm gonna retake my air now. I'm gonna leave the power on notch 1, let the air out, and retake my brake set. I'll leave that retainer on the rear. That'll help us keep control over repressurizing the pipe and stuff. Because remember, every one of those cars has its own air reservoir, and that needs to repressurize. So we have our reservoir and brake pipe are at 90-ish, or 5 pounds under that at the tail of the train. $86. And the head end is pretty much at 90 already. Now we're gonna overspeed if I don't catch it. Interestingly, the dangerous spot on this route is not the part where it says it's 30. It's the part just after it, I think. Right at the exit of this tunnel, right after it. Should have whistled before that tunnel. Oh well. That was a lot. This spot right here, that's the derailer. So it is just before the end of the speed restriction, but just after the tunnel going westbound is where you'll derail on this. I think I'll quit once I get into Andrews here. We'll call it for the day. Had a pretty good time. We had all sorts of mishaps, and that's just another day on the railroad. It's okay. We'll get through it. You'll notice I did release the retainer on that rear car. We're off the steepest part of the grade. I still have the set on the train though. Now there's some spots here, some undulations that can mess you up. You might think you're completely off the grade, but we're not yet. That being said, it's low enough that I'm gonna retake the air here. wish I could just do this. That might have been a little early. Should have waited till we were on the street completely. All right. Still no big deal. We're gonna be coming into Andrews here. I'm gonna park this in the snowbird yard and switch it with the snowbird switcher. All right. I'll switch this myself since there's so much pulpwood. Just switch it with the AI anyway. All right. Oh yeah. Check everybody real quick. All right. Said I was gonna keep going. I'm just finishing a bunch of jobs here. We got the Halo local and the Alarka local to keep going. Not that much in, and then the Bryson local as well. Switching to do still at East Whittier, the sawmill. Turn a bunch of trains around. There's always something to do, you know. I was going to use these U-boats for one of those trains, but I don't think I need to. So I'm going to put them down. Oh. But that is a mighty train, isn't it? Maybe. Maybe there's something to take. Leave that sitting there for a while, because I bet I can make some. Let that have extra stuff to take with it. For the local. What's this do? Oh yes. On pulpwood cars. Ooh, signal staging. Where is the signal staging? It's right where that train's standing. Cool. No big deal. The part where you move the frick out of the way. Hee Ingrain. Bunch of stuff. We got a bunch of stuff. Our person would have put all that pulpwood together. I say would have. Spotting these empty log cars to make sure they got a handbrake tied. We don't want to go on rolling down the hill. Logging engine can go down the hill a ways. No reason not to just keep it there, I guess, actually. It's shut off though. I'm gonna tie a handbrake on it instead of having air brake on it. Doesn't make a difference in the game, but in real life you'd probably want a handbrake tied instead of relying on air pressure to stay pressurized. Ooh. All right. Yes. Well, that still ended up sorta. It's not great, but it'll be okay. I do kind of want to run this one by hand because it's fun to switch. We'll let it get to Wesser first, and then I'll operate it. With the other things that can be done between here and there. I'm going to make sure that Wesser is switched to go into the siding, but there isn't a green light. I don't want the green light. Everybody else needs a green light, though. Okay. Now that train has a green light out of Bryson. Making sure the path is clear. No big deal. Yeah, want the Mary Fred to be set up. That train out of here. Get ready to send the next one. Take a look at this. And shut this one off because I know it's gonna take a while to get that one ready. Make sure it's not yelling at me all the time. And this, we'll park these locomotives here in a minute. They're pretty much done for now. We'll just get them parked in a minute. 518. Yeah, that can park for a while. Oh goodness. All right. These I'm gonna have them go over and grab the end of this train that I just brought. We'll use them to switch it. It'll be cheaper and easier than using these big SDs. Be sixes, but these are facing the wrong way. Actually, still use these. Park these. We'll put your cars. Let's tie a handbrake on here so it doesn't go rolling. Go back to East Whittier and check that. Wait for map textures to load again. I think that's what we do mostly. That'll fit down there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That'll fit down there? I think so. Oh yeah. Now we're gonna check all the air and make sure the cars are oiled up. Pretty short train for this. Two locomotives is frankly way too much power, but I don't care. All right, and untie the handbrake. Run back up to the head end. Use the stairs. Because I'm smart like that. Doesn't seem like it. Holy cow. No, okay, I guess I can't. Okay. Look, we got some air. This train on its way. I promise I'm going to put these U-boats away, but apparently it's going to be a minute. And we'll put these coal cars away too. Let's see. How much room is there in the backyard? A bunch. Okay, that's not too bad. Not bad at all. Oh? Now 3064, buddy, you've gone all sorts of wacky on that one, bud. Sure, I guess. all sorts of fucked up because the passenger train is, the locomotives are in the shop. I'm not going to be there for very long though, so I don't have to worry about that too much. Just stick these diesels on the Y. Okay. So those two can go get diesel fuel. These two run around this train. Back to East Whittier, check on this. And we do have the room, look at that. Just barely. You good kid here? You sweet girl. Okay. So what do we got here? Cooling tower, grain and seed, over paper, over paper, over paper, over paper. Oh, oof. Pop that over on the other track. Fail. Oops. That goes on the other side. I could have plopped that while I was messing with the pulpwood there. It goes, the CO is right here. Chemicals outbound. I don't know what the CO is. Ink car designation, but all I know is it needs to go outbound and it's on the other side. Oh, okay. So all this train is going to Appalachian Hardwoods except for the Bryson Team Track car, which is next to the station. What I'm going to do is run the whole thing over to Appalachian Hardwoods, just outside of Bryson here. and serve all that, and then I'll serve the team car on the way home. No reason. It's just I could do it however I wanted to. It's just okay. All right. No. Okay. I'm gonna leave my character in this cab. I think it's 3095, the Jeep 40. Run up to Alarka. I'm gonna take a quick break. I'll be right back. All right, let's get back at it. No sense in waiting. Turn some music back on. We love us some icon in this house. Excuse me. Push, push, push. Oh my god, I got 3 cooling tower cars. 1 pull, everything else was push. That's it. All right. All right. Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. All right. So let's oh yes. Wait a minute. Oh, that's a show. Hi, Tara. I'm happy to see you, sweet girl. Oh, goodness. Press all my buttons. Yes, okay. Yes, okay. Off the end over there. Okay. I've already said this stream, but I love these clanky old bastards. Love the Jeep 38. Just wild thing about that locomotive and this one, this is a Jeep 40. They're really, really, really similar. This one's just for starters 1,000 more horsepower, 3,000 instead of 2,000. Turbocharged instead of supercharged, and nice. Oh. Up for a fouled switch. Who's fouling a switch? Oh. Should have known. I should have known. All right. Turn up the engine service. It's only gonna take a few minutes. It'll be fine. Let them sit there for a minute. I'm gonna leave that there. All right. I'm gonna leave this one for a while. Or actually, I'm gonna leave it on the hot list. I'm just gonna. Oh, it won't go green because there's a car in the way. Right. Deal. Okay, we're gonna switch this in a big hurry. I don't know why I bothered to use train brake there, but sure. So, this one is going G3A. Why did you park there? Don't do that. Come on, be nice. It's just the G3A is straight back. Okay, I'm happy with that. That was easy. Quick kick. Very quick. Kicking. Kicking. I want to do some kicking. Yes, Patrick, we know. We love you too. Make sure the main and Bryson is set for us. Use it. All right, so all the pushing first, then we'll get the pulling. I could reshuffle these, put the empty car deep, but I'm not gonna. Oh goodness, I forgot there was a Stenzel car. How rude of me. There's something outbound. Stenzel? Probably. Oh yeah. How about Hollefeld? Yes. Okay. Oh. Okay. Oh, yeah, that we know about. I feel like I can move these out just a little bit. Oh, they're gonna be done in no time. They're gonna be done in no time. 15 minutes? Yeah. No big deal. Yes, it's okay. Probably would have been wise of me to realize that there's 2 outbound cars there. I am going to leave them in Wesser until on the way back. We'll pick them up on the way back. We'll grab that. Reserve that car anyway. I should have just reserved that car on the way back. Okay. This stays here. Get that up. That up. Oh. Be nice. Kitties. Oh, this will be fun. Let's run 11. That's a lot of clear. That's enough, Val. I wonder if that's a sandbox only thing. Might be. Oh, it does look, it looks like that's a sandbox only thing. Maybe it's a milestone. It's a milestone. Of course. Papa. Who's a good kitty? I do want to run this myself. That's gonna be stopped. That's fine, that's fine. Also fine. Oh. Yes. I'm aware of that one. Weak. Come on, frame rate. Work with me here. Sure. When in doubt, check your switches. Make sure they're, you know, normal. Or set to whatever the normal prevailing direction is. Hmm. I need enough space here to run the engine around. The car's here-ish. Yes, they're in the block. Yes, it's causing red. This is local work. Am I doing it down and dirty? Yes. Do I care? No. I've decided I want to turn this engine around. I think it'll be better working the other direction. So we're gonna run up the Y. Back down. Was wondering what that was for a second, and now I remembered. Nailed it. Piece of cake. Well, way too much. I like how it says capacity 10,000 pounds and it's 10,000 gallons. There's, you know, 7.5 pounds per gallon for oil. You know, just a thought. Actually, in this game, I know this because I've, you know, done the math. As far as this game's concerned, a gallon of water or oil or diesel fuel weighs about 10.1 pounds per gallon, which is, you know, a lot more than normal. You know, it's an extra 30%. More than that. Maybe 40%. So I'm gonna go up the logging branch. And then come back down the other direction. That's how we're gonna turn the locomotive around. That's why, the same as any other. Why not use it that way? $25-mile-an-hour curve for any other locomotive. For this one, it's probably 15. There's our stop. Got to bail off the power. We're just normaling up the switches in Whittier there. Everything we got's going outbound towards Silva. Put it on top of the Silva stuff we already have in the yard. We can go and collect other Silva things, Silva bound stuff, so. This locomotive is really kind of far too powerful for its own good. You don't want to go very fast with a little 040. It's not a little 040. This is literally the biggest 040. In fact, I'm not sure there's an 040 in existence that's this big. This is a freelance model. As far as I know, none of the one of those that I showed up one day and I was like, oh, that's cool. Some form of oil burning Oporo, which is frankly awesome because I'm not sure I'm aware of an oil burner. I'm sure there were, you know, numerous. You could probably have anything you wanted as an oil burner anyway. For oil is about 50% more thermal density than coal. 1.5 times, yeah. So you get So a tank this size of oil, you'd need, you know, obviously 50% more coal for a real locomotive, which is why this one looks so, for as big of 040 as it is, that's why it looks as compact as it does, because that's an oil tank. Now the oil in question would be something like, you know, bunker C or number 5 fuel or something like that. It's very, very thick, heavy oil, but it's still technically oil. Fuel. It's technically a fuel oil. It's just very heavily. It's like at the bottom of the cuts. Pretty unrefined stuff. But it is very energy dense. Yes, I'm gonna keep this here. Let that fill up. These are both going to be going for. I'll just tack them both onto Inner Two's train. Whatever we can, because there's plenty of time. Okay, now Hewitt stuff. And now for the Hewitt stuff. Those are annoying. Always do your lifts first if you can. Lift is a pickup. Do your pickups first, and then your drop-offs. And so I'll go back to that. You see here, there's loaded outbound cars, and one not quite ready car in the middle. That's gonna stay here till tomorrow. How am I gonna sort it out? Well, I'm gonna pull all of these, and then I'm gonna pull the unloaded cars forward and dump the inbound cars, the new cars, deep, and set the not quite loaded car on top. That way it'll be at the front end for tomorrow's pickup. So you just when you're doing pickups, just pick everything up. And you can respot. Unless a car is actively being loaded or unloaded at an industry, which they should probably have an arrangement for. You know, hey, don't mess with this right now. We're doing train things. Yeah. 3095. Ah. I think I brought one too many coal cars up here. There's no way we need all three of those. Hey, look. And oh yeah, that. Oof. That outbound train is going to be mega, quite large. Went out of Bryson tonight. Nothing up there. Nothing there. Oh yeah. Coast. Or shows metal plate. Okay. Same thing here. I've got drops, but there's lifts. I'm gonna do pull all the lifts. I'm just gonna pull everything, and then we'll do the drops one at a time. No different here. We did all the lifts. Now we're gonna plop. And then we'll get the other side on our we could get the return trip would be the easiest way to get, but I'm going to show you how to pull them and do it anyway. It won't be that hard. Alright. Wonder what the tonnage we have sitting in Bryson Yard right now is. It's gonna be a bunch. All loaded. Most of that's loaded. A lot of that's loaded. Holy cow. Yeah, it's gonna be a bunch. My guess is like 5,500. Because we still have stuff to pick up. If this stuff's not heavy, stuff up the hill is. Got ore hoppers. Here. Here. All right. Okay. I just keep checking on stuff. Where are you going, homie? You need that direction. This is why I use CTC, because they don't throw the switches themselves and they don't accidentally fuck up and throw a switch I don't want them to. This is gonna take a lot longer than it should because I'm not doing it the right way, but that's okay. Two. Okay, so to grab the T3 and T4 cars, what we're gonna do, I'm gonna spot this one first. So click on some other stuff first. Let's do these here. It'll be fine. To add cars. Go on the tail of the Really wish I could run around them right now. I guess I could. Not possible? Is that how that works? Guess we'll find out. Okay. Yeah, okay. Okay. If you're ever leaving cuts of cars standing, I handbrake or two. Like, Don't ever just not have a handbrake tied. And I check them all. Definitely check them all. Because when you don't check, we'll be the one that fucks you. This has been a busy day. Been a busy few hours, but we're getting there. We're getting there. Definitely been a monster of a day, monster of a stream. I don't care. I'm here for it. Let's keep going. Let's get this stuff finished. You know. Brake applied beyond brake line, he says. Really? One. How do we have brake applied, my dear? Sure. Oh, never mind. How did that happen? Oh. Does derail? No. But it did become uncoupled. Interesting. How did that happen? Yeah, well, now we know how that angle cock opened. Dealing with some extremely low frequencies. What's all that about? Love to know. What? Let's just shut it and watch, I guess. It didn't derail. Oh, but it is coming loose. Oh. Oh, and it's everything. Is it everything that's going by this? Okay. So it's decoupling and undoing the air of cars. Cool. Is it the switch, or was it being in that proximity to that locomotive? Oh. Okay. What was I doing again? Oh, I was thinking about trying to run around this. But you can't there, apparently. Why is it going down there? Sure. Let's stop asking questions. I'm gonna have to go check some laundry here in a minute, but I think that was its proximity to that other locomotive. Was undoing all that. Interesting. Okay, well. Sure. Oh. Where I want that to be, but also sure, I guess. Maybe it was. Okay. So. Switching Hewitt on the leading point switches, right? Trailing point stuff's easy. Anyone can do that. No big deal. Leading point, though, not quite so simple. Maybe. Maybe you got it figured out. And if you do, awesome. But I'm going to try and help people that don't have it figured out yet. Because I used to try to switch everything trailing point. And that is where you switch things that are behind your locomotive. And leading point is things that are in front of your locomotive. So we're gonna switch this leading point. First thing I'm gonna do is get behind my train. This is quite a bit easier because my train's frankly not too long. If my train was too long, and you need to know this, how long your train's gonna be for your given spot, situation, whatever you want to call it. Siding, industry siding, wherever. You need to know how long it's going to be. If your train's too long to run around it, this won't work. You need to be able to get your locomotive or locomotives or your power around the train. Locomotives aren't the train. Locomotives pull the train. Or push. Right, the locomotives are the motive power. And the train is the usually inert. The train can consist of locomotives. For our purposes, the train is not the locomotive. And I will try my best to refer to locomotives or train specifically. Anyway, checking all this crap, and we will get back to this. Nope, not this one. We do need this one too, but it's different. This is the one we want. All right. Oh, 7,000. I'm gonna take the time to bleed all these cars. I'm just gonna air it up. You probably want control of this anyway, brakes wise. So air everything up. And first things first, push your train into your pickup cars. This kind of works specifically for this spot, actually. This one's weird, but push the train into the pickup cars. All of them. Pick them all up. Oh yeah, I love this song. We're just gonna grab all this. Literally all of it. I'm gonna go ahead and drive this train manually now. Put it in forward, first notch, and just push. Nice and easy. You don't need to go fast. I would recommend against going fast for any of this. At least until you get the hang of all of it. Probably gonna be too long for me to run around all this, but I'm gonna try. Gonna show you how we're gonna see how to do it anyway. Or not really anyway, just make sure that I don't have to run around at all. All right, we got all of it. Undo the handbrakes, and we're gonna pull it all out of the industry stub. Now I've got some insurance to make sure that I don't have to think about trying to pull it all out. We're gonna treat this as if we're going the other direction, basically. So we're gonna push all the outbound cars forward on the track in front of us, including the cars that aren't ready yet. It's fun playing with a throttle on a SD. I know I do love the GP, and it's true. I do love the GP, but messing with the throttle in the SD or GP40 is pretty good. GP40 SD 40-2. Being a West Coast guy, I would love some tunnel motors, but I understand why it's not really a priority or a thing for this game. Even for Beeman, who is an incredible modeler and modder. He might not be the modeler, but he's an incredible modder. Oh, I want to keep going. Definitely want to keep going. There we go. That's a car I want to be bare. So, push all that, and then we've got our couple cars that we want to spot deep. Fortunately, these are both the same section. There's actually two industries on this little track here. I'll just spot them down there. I'm gonna set this to AI real quick so I can check other things. We'll set that to AI just nice and slow, and then I'll come show you how to respot the stuff that's not ready to go yet. Okay. These ones. Oh goodness. Our coal car is already empty. I guess I shouldn't be surprised that that coal tower was completely empty. Okay. Back to 7,000. So we got our two new cars spotted deep. We'll go ahead and check a handbrake on both of those. And we'll go back to our train. Go back to your train. Go back to your train. Take this opportunity. Laundry. Pick it, change it, both, maybe both, probably both. I'll be right back. Couple minutes. All right. Thanks. Dropping my headset at some point. Oh well. All right. So what we're gonna do is now I've regathered my train. I'm gonna plop the remaining cars on like I would any other training point train, local train. I'm gonna back up a little bit first and get to where I can just plop that. Yes, plopping. Plopping is what we're gonna do. Plopping is what we're gonna do. Any plops? No. No. Sorry. Toilet humor. I do enjoy a good bit of toilet humor, but perhaps another time. Okay, this is going to be plenty fast. Plenty far. Almost. Right about here. Handbrake so it doesn't roll. So we are on a grade. And we're gonna pull this one. Drops back down there. This one also drops back down there. They go in different spots, so we got to make sure we spot them correctly. It found you. Okay. Pretty simple now. We're just gonna kick these. I am gonna kick these. This might be a little aggressive, but I don't care. Oh. Turns out you have to put it in gear first. You can idle the SD or the SD up to notch 6 before it slips. At 0 speed. Probably want to check that on yourself. And keep an eye on the cars you kick down here because it is downhill and they will speed up. Definitely don't want that to hit at more than 5. 4-8's fine. All right. One more. That'll do. Now we're gonna do one more special fun thing. If I can. Oh, that does not go in fast enough. No, it is. And some asshole forgot to tie a handbrake on a car that he kicked. Wonder who that could have been. Weird. We're gonna pick up these other two. How much ambition do I have about that? None. Oh. We're not gonna do an extra special thing. Okay, so we got all those spotted. Empty cars are deep. Theme over here. That car's gonna be ready in like 5 minutes, but it doesn't matter. It's gonna go tomorrow. Or RailRoader. The freight performance rating. All that matters is how quickly you spot cars. It does not matter how quickly you pick them up, put them out to interchange. It's just how timely you are with spotting cars. Get your spots done quickly as you can, and then worry about, you know, which cars go where, and then how to get everything out afterward. So, as I said, lifts first, and then drops later. This one's kind of gonna suck because I was already in here. Just the life of serving a brand new industry / yard. Oh, I'm Slash. Thank you. Which one's the emptiest? I don't think any of them are. This is going to be a crazy outbound train to Silva. In fact, I might have it served in the middle of the night just because there's so much. There's so much. We're definitely going to run it with some extra power on top of the T1. That's not T1. My T1 is actually a Santa Fe 5011 class, which is more tractive effort and taller drivers and more top speed. Quite interesting. Okay, so we got all these. Now we're gonna pull back into the siding. See if everything fits. And then we're gonna move on from Hewitt to Netahala. And then we got a bunch more switching there. Got a tile for these over here to Tatham Graham Grain Tatham Grain Seed, because that's just gonna be moving. EW1. You know what that is? All right. All right. So now we need to find out if we can run around this or not. I think we can. I went too far. I'm gonna tie the handbrake on this first car head end right now, just so that it will stop. Not that they won't stop with the locomotive brake, but trying to get them out of the foul, and I don't want it to roll once they are. Okay, I think we are going to be able to run around this. So, got up there. Run around it. Oh yeah, with with a car or two to spare. No big deal. I don't know why I was so worried on that end, because the other end is peachy keen. All right. Somebody didn't check that. Somebody didn't check that. Or didn't pay attention when they were, you know, doing it. Ah, let's see what we got here. Let's just leave that there. I'll do the polls tomorrow. Not gonna mess around with pulls and drops tonight with that. Okay. My railroad's pretty easy going with the wheel oil and hot boxes. They still exist, it's just easier than some. I would say to make sure you don't forget, just, you know, check it every time. That was not the button I wanted to push. But it will serve as the brake check. Alright. So this one continues on. Close those up so that it recloses them. The AI engineer waypoint mode will reclose switches that it goes through. It'll reset switches to the state that it found them in when it goes through them. For this one, I just closed it and it will reclose it when it goes through it. Should do anyway. If it's sitting on top of it, it won't do anything. Like if it's already on the middle of it, it won't do anything to it. But anything it runs through, it will reset it to whatever condition it found it in. That's taking a minute. All right. Another PW car. All right. So the afternoon passenger trains, if we get there, because it is a couple hours off yet, starts at 1600. Train 102 leaves from Silva at 1600. Train 99 leaves Andrews at 1610. Then 200 leaves Silva at 1700. And train 10 leaves Bryson at 1800. So it is starting to be something I'm thinking about. Not an immediate concern, but it is something I'm thinking about. Um, 5,000 probably needs to inch forward just a little bit. And then it could just turn around as it goes to pull that train out. But we'll let that be for now. 510 is sitting on the location, so it's fine. You need to change its train symbol. And I guess it doesn't matter unless it's full. It will probably be full. This train is not going to Alarka. 201 can. Down here next to it. No reason for it not to. I swear I'll run the Silva locals sometime today. It will happen. Okay. Okay, so same thing here is Halo is another weird spot, but I'm going to uncouple from my train and run up and pull all the empties. Oh, I forgot that was there. Even though Queen's Coal Mine is here and it's switch yard, that's a monster of a coal mine. I'm gonna go ahead and set that at tier 3. This is an AMW special, or Virtual Railroader Academy AMW. They made their own coal mine. It's kind of fantastic. It's a short branch spur to get up to it, but it puts out a lot of coal, a lot of cars, a lot of loaded cars. It loads them pretty dang fast.
Not like reality.
Not like reality indeed. He ain't wrong. All right. Yeah. Oh. I'm going to show y'all how this is done without this little switch yard here. Because with the switch yard, obviously, it's super easy. You just plop cars and pull cars, and you can turn around on this little wipe. I'm going to show you how we do it without it. So I'm going to run up here into the tracks up here at Halo. I pull everything that's outbound and chuck it down towards the station. Vision. Vision. Oh, of course it's on that track. Of course it's on that track. Fine. Must be Andrews because the frame rate is crunchy. Okay. So I've grabbed these two of these, right? But I don't actually want to do anything with them yet, so I'm going to push them further into their track. So the first thing I want to grab is these. All right. We're going to keep going because why not? 8 hours in at this point. 8.5 actually. Doing this in the other first part of it. Oh, there you go. Yeah. I'm gonna go grab these two. Silly kitty. Silly tough. Fair tale. Ooh. since I'm gonna be right back with empties, and I know there's no empties for the R1 track here, I'm gonna just set this less than full O1 car here off to the side on the R1 track. Move it out of the way. That way when I push things up here, it will all be okay. Sure why the auto engineer feels the need to go straight to A, but sure. Straight to 8, don't be late, I guess, but all right. That's me. So we're gonna run back down the hill and push our industry cars to the up into the industry spur. Now my switchboard here would be a lot more busy with labels and stuff if all I was doing was switching. I have dispatched on other railroads before and it's never this quiet. It's not because mine is more organized, it's because mine is less busy. I'm not trying to run as many trains all at once. You know, I've been streaming here for getting on almost 9 hours, and yeah, some of the other railroads I've streamed with, they try to get the same amount of trains over the road in the course of like 2 hours, which is fantastic. It's really fun. The virtual railroader academy is really fun fun watch and it's a fun attend. Like, go. Pay the $5. Pay them on Twitch. Like, do the thing. Be a YouTube subscriber. Do all the things. Buy Pancakes Palace merch. They're just cool people. And fun to support. Fun to watch them do cool things. And it's kind of where I'm learning to be a railroader. I've not learned any of this on my own. I've learned it through watching them and other people. And through accidents and happenstance and just doing it. I'll say this is my most played Steam game. However, I will caveat that with it is certainly not my most played game ever. There's games that I played a lot more before Steam came about. I know I'm old. And there was a game that I played that for a lot of time that was during Steam's existence, but it was not a Steam game. It is now, but it's not. It wasn't at the time. They might have taken it off. I don't remember. But Pirates of the Burning Sea was a a third love of mine. Third? Anyway. That's long since passed. This has certainly been the most hours I've sunk into a game since. That I can think of. There's probably others. Maybe there's others. Virtual Railroader Academy is part of why. I was leading up for that. I was trying to get around to that. They've given me tools to learn to be better at things, railroadia wise. I'm a kind of a train nerd, but I'm not really. In that, I do love trains. I love the choo-choos and the vroom-vrooms, and the zap-zaps, especially the zap-zaps. But I'm not the sort of person to go, ooh, that model is from there. I'm not gonna, drive hundreds of miles. I did once. But to go photograph a heritage unit from somewhere or something or other, that's not really my game. I'm not gonna knock anyone that does. It's fine. Cool. That's not normally my thing. However, I've always been interested in mechanica and things that go fart, pop, boom, bang, all of that sort of stuff. And it's kind of natural, the whole railroader of it. The model railroader, because that's another thing, is I've never really been a model railroader. I don't have any models of my own. I've done too much modeling or been to many layouts or done a lot. It's not that I don't like it. It's just, again, not one of my... I've been an avenue of study, I guess. Ooh, that's another level of things that you should probably know. You should probably know more than you think you need to. Oh, I see what's happening. Alright, I see what's happened. I see, says the blind man. So we're gonna go ahead and unlock these switches and Nadahela so this local train can finish its work. If I don't, it's gonna sit there and go, what in the heck's going on? I can't run the switches myself. You know what? Actually, go plop those. Go plop those. Plop. Plopping is fantastic term. I do love the term plop. Plop has been plopped. Plopping is great. Plop the air valves on these hopper cars. Hoppers. Oh, I did not mean to bleed that. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. I'm gonna pull them down, and then we're gonna go get the ones at Give me one. I think there's only one of them. Yep. I'm gonna pull them down the hill. We're gonna pull everything that's in the yard down to Bryson, and that will be the Alarka Local done. Oh, now I see what it's just about. Got you. Got it. I should have known. Should have known. We're going to set number 10 here up as, or number 5,000, excuse me. Madam Queen, literally. So sorry, madam. As interestingly, 5,000 was also, the 5,000 was Santa Fe's numbering for their Texas's 210-4s, was starting with. They had one before 5,000, and then like 14 years later it was 5,000, literally Madam Queen, and then sometime later 5011 came along, and that was completely different to 5,000 also, but 5,000 itself is totally different to other 210-4s. This game and the Southern Railway numbered their F71s, their Santa Fe's 210-2s as 5,000 up to, I don't remember. So that's why these have road number 5,000, because from the Southern number. And then my 5011 is based on the Santa Fe 5011 class, which is not a Santa Fe class, it's a Texas class. It's just operated by Santa Fe Railway. Okay, now that that confusing nonsense is over with, maybe? Probably not. Oh, yes. It's a good song. It'd be fun to be in a, like, playing bass for, or playing analog bass. It seems so simple, but it's rather tricky, and I love it. I love it for it. Love it for it, he said. Yes. Do. Will do, pig. Oh, the 80s E-drums are so good. They're bad. They're so bad, they're good. I'm totally gonna play the song over again because it's too good. It's too fun. It's really simple, but it's the simplicity of it that kills. If you're a music artist trying to find inspiration, start with the simpler shit. Like literally start with things that inspire you to make music, but also simplest is the best. Not because people don't understand more complex music, they do, but because it's kind of like with a joke, you don't really have time to explain it. If you can't get people with the hook of how it sounds, you're not going to get them with the rest of it. So complex music is fine. It just needs to be appealing sounding to the average listener, which it can be. You can get very complex music that's very appealing to the average listener, but it has to be clever in its approach to being complex. I don't think there's a reward. Certainly don't think there's a reward for making things unnecessarily complex or tricky. Now, that being said, there's a ton of glorious, wonderful music that's complex and tricky. That doesn't make them less glorious and wonderful. They're not glorious and wonderful because they're complex and tricky. They're glorious and wonderful because they are themselves. The complexity and trickiness of them is just a facet of their existence. It's like flavor. It's like extra salt or different spices that you would use to cook. It's flavor. That flavor is not going to be appreciated by everybody, but the underlying dish will be. If it's, if it's done right. And then even to that is, there's things like people that have allergies or just averse to certain types of food. It's not that they don't want to, their brain and body are like, no. That's all there is to it. You do the best you can. This music is very complex and very simple at the same time, and I love it for that. It's very clever. This is a artist called RailRoader, by the way. As far as I know, they use exclusively 80s type analog. They're current artists. They're currently making music, but they use 80s analog style equipment to make their music. I don't know that it's necessarily analog, but it's definitely older style hints and things to make these noises, which is why all these sound so, you know, old and classic and crunchy and good. Not that the modern sounds don't also sometimes sound good to themselves, or sound is just sound. Whether it sounds good or not is context entirely. 100% context. My favorite is such a playful little slide with a keyboard. That sounds like it should be in Gran Turismo, because it should, because it's awesome. It's just if you're like me and you grew up with the era of stuff like that, Gran Turismo and GTA, and you got introduced to different styles of music through things like that, I don't know how you can, like, yeah, this is cool. Yeah, this is good. So please, Rain Sword, let me, you know, play this on my channel so I can give you free advertisement, because I will wholeheartedly do it. The next album, I'm gonna blow you all away. Not because of Wind, just because it's so different. I love it. I love it so much. One of my favorites, if not my favorite album ever. It's completely different. I was playing some Kardashev earlier, and if that's the closest thing, it's really not close. Oh. I have to actually put the hose down. There you go. Yeah, I was feeling. Another beer, I fear. I didn't mean to run, but I did. Oh, Abraham, but pronounced Abram. Anyway. Oh, goodness. I forgot my beer. I did other things. I got a beer. Kissed kitties. Nonsense. Threw away trash. Kissed kitties, Mosley. You live a life surrounded by cats. Holy cow! And then I knocked my headset over again. When you live a life surrounded by cats, everything revolves around the cats, much like children. These ones don't grow up; they just get older and feebler and be sad. I know. I know. Is that where I wanted you to go? I don't think it was, bud. Right. The Alarka train is almost done with. I know I'm gonna need another helper on Red Marble. I'm gonna buy one. I'm gonna make it AC55. As much as I love an 080, I need some speed, some amount of speed. So we'll go with the C55. Better change, shiny new, blah blah blah. Cool. What do I got? 13 or 14? I'll take 13 as a lucky number. That would be awesome. Oh. Oh? Oh. That's not great. Hello? Not where I said I ordered one. Aha, there she is. What number did you get? 600? Negative. No. 6,000. That's even worse. It's 13. I'll be honest, I was kind of hoping it would end up in Andrews. But no, alas, that's okay. I promised I was going to replay Rain Sword, and not Rain Sword, but Shadow in the Dark. So here it is again. We'll go back to 81 Dreamscape, but this is my favorite song of this album. Listen to the bass ride this tone, and the rest of the instruments are playing around it. It's so much fun to me. can learn so much about chord progressions and keys by playing around a single bass tone or root tone. I should have been 3, but here we are. Okay, so we're gonna do a thing called fly switching here. Total no-no. Actually, I don't know if it's a super no-no-no. Touch dropping is, but a fly switch, still not great. Pull a car fast enough that it'll go through the switch and make ourselves go faster, and then stop just beyond it. Super easy. It's not. You gotta pay attention. Pay attention. Oh, hello. I was not aware that you were still there. I didn't mean to run. Well, since I screwed that up, I'm gonna just plop them on a siding here in this special yard. Not that one. Go back up with the other car. Plopping will happen. Plopping is a thing. So, passenger trains will start in about an hour. Start with train 102, led by engine 510. Seems like we're here again. And here, yeah, you're not wrong. Here we are again. So, after 510 leaves, locomotive, train 102 will leave from Silva westbound, and then train 99 will leave from Andrews eastbound. That's going to be led by 2926 with 5000 as a helper. 5000 will come off at Netahela. We're already scheduled, and then we've got train 200, which leaves from Seoul at 1700. So that's 2 hours from now. God, I hope I'm not still streaming. I'm not addicted. I can do it anytime I want. It's fine. Mostly I'm just continuing to do the jobs that I set out to do when I started, and it's taken me this long, so here we are. It's nothing to do with wanting to like marathon stream or anything. I would do this while I wasn't streaming, except for I'd be like, well, why don't I just do it while streaming? You know, maybe people are miss the happenings while I'm streaming, or you know, that's pretty much it. Okay, where did we get to? This one. This is where we were when I skipped back. This song's called Dreamscape 81 as a 1981. Pretty solid. Most rain stored offerings are pretty solid. This one's not shocking in its ability to be pretty good. I'm shocked that these are only. Oh, never mind. I was shocked, but they were in service overnight. That'll be fine. It'll be fine. And so will I. I promise. I'm going to call it once. Now 3096, but 30 or 7,000 rather. Makes it back to Bryson with its train. No, maybe not makes it back to Bryson because that's probably a couple hours away. But I'm done switching all of this. Should have been done hours ago, but it's fine. We're not in the way of anything. We're not hurting anything. It's just taking me a while. There's nothing wrong with taking a while, y'all. Nothing wrong at all. Okay? Nothing wrong with doing it the way you do it the best. I am going to go take a quick bathroom break, though. I'll be right back. Okay, so I was gonna keep going until 7,000 was done with its work. pretty dang close if I'm honest. J. Oh yeah. Anyway, I think I'm gonna leave the rest of this for another day and end the stream here. It's been crazy. It's been a bunch of excuse me, bunch of time, and you know what, I don't regret it at all. So thank you for watching. Chuck a like and subscribe if you found something you got something from it, I guess. And peace. Thank you.